Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Ready? Good morning, everyone. The meeting is going live right now. So I want to welcome everybody today, all the members of council. We have most councillors are here around the table. We have Councillor Matt Francis joining us online. We have all of our staff here. So good morning, everyone. I see Bogosian. Good morning to you too, sir. And our media folks and members of the public, welcome to the first council meeting of 2026. Exactly. Clerk Trenham, could you please confirm that quorum is indeed present?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Thank you very much. As quorum is present for today's meeting, I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order and ask folks, as you can, to please stand for the national anthem. To God in all land, with glowing hearts we sing, as to most holy. From far I go down, we stand on Lord for thee. Lord, be on land, glorious, free. Stand on Lord for thee. Thanks very much, everyone. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are also reminded of the 5-minute time limit when asking questions and or making statements, and that no member of council shall speak more than once on any matter at a council meeting without passing a motion to do so. Members of council, please note that we will be using a new process for joining the speakers list. Some of you are already quite familiar with it. If you are attending in the chamber and wish to speak, please press the blue request button on the screen in front of you. This will automatically populate the speakers list that I have here beside me for myself in the chair right now. If you wish to be removed from the list, you can press the cancel button, which appears on the screen in front of you when you are on the list already. For any member who's attending virtually, Councillor Francis, that's you today. Please use the raise hand button or show your hand raised, and the legislative staff will add you to the list in the chamber. Once acknowledged by the chair, your microphone will automatically turn on. Do not turn your microphone off while you have the floor. Please leave it on until your time is completed. Those attending virtually will be able to mute and unmute themselves as they did before. So we're now on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none? May I have a motion then to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Any speakers on this one? I don't see any. So we'll go to the whole show of hands vote, please. Please indicate your vote on the agenda as is in front of us. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Wang, please. Those. We lost you. That's my fault. Counts.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to declare a non-disqualifying interest on an item that is in the GIC minutes. That's item 7.3 within the legal update. As one of my business partners is, his business is in the legal update. And so just as a non-disqualifying interest, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And it seems like a long time ago, but December 10th Council, I did a non-disqualifying conflict on motion 9.2, the destination of Upper James Mincinelli Way. And I spoke to our wonderful integrity commissioner, and he said I had a non-disqualifying conflict and I could sign it anytime. So I will be signing that today.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. On item 7.2, which is the Planning Committee meeting minutes, I'm declaring, as I did at Planning Committee, a non-disqualifying interest in item 12.1, which has to do with 140 Garner Road, as I had made a public statement opposing any harm to the marsh on that property prior to becoming an elected official. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies. I'm getting used to this new procedure as well. On the same item as Councillor Kassar, in the previous term on the Conservation Authority, I took a position on 140 Garner Road opposing the application. This term, I'm chair of the Planning Committee, and what the proponent did was they removed their application because the province changed the rules, forcing conservation authorities not to consider conservation and environmental considerations on an application. So now the Conservation Authority doesn't have any position on it, but I feel I should put it all on the record, so it would be a non-disqualifying conflict of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Yep. Prior to the 2022 election, item 12.1 of the Planning Committee agenda, I was involved in public advocacy regarding the marsh. That was before the election, and as a non-disqualifying interest, the paperwork has been filed with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, please.
As I said at Planning Committee, ditto.
Thank you. I also now have a conflict in that to declare a non-disqualifying interest, actually, on item 8.9 of the GIC minutes that are on this agenda, as I had a past business dealings with parties named in that report. Okay. Thank you. And I think there, with no other conflicts of interest being identified, we will continue on with the agenda. Let's see. Those who have noted the disqualifying interest, please just ensure that when it is time to vote on the matter that you vote abstain, and your disqualifying interest will be noted correctly in the council minutes. Those who have not noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making process related to the matter. So we don't have any ceremonial activities on item 4, so we're on to item 5, which is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, December 10th, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 10th, 2025 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, with a show of hands, please, let's see what all those in favor, any opposed? Okay, that one carries. Thanks very much. We're now on to item 6, which are items for information. May I have a motion to receive items 6.1, 6.1A, 6.2, 6.2A, 6.3, 6.3A, 6.4, and 6.5. Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Any discussion on these items? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion to receive then. And I just don't see it in my roadmap regarding the Just a show of hands. Okay, very good. So then all those in favor? Any opposed? That one's carried as well. 6.5 is memorandum respecting updated discharge numbers. And I see that there are people interested in speaking to this matter, starting with Councillor Clark. Please go ahead, Councillor. Oh, I'm sorry? Oh, 6.5 is already in that other pile. I'm so sorry. Just got to, what is it the Councillor Pauls always says? Just read the roadmap and you'll be fine? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anyways, I apologize for that. So we're on to item 7, which is the committee recommendations. 7.1 is PWC 26001, Public Works Committee, January 12th, 2026. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes of January 12th, 2026?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson that the PWC 26001, being the minutes held of the Public Works Committee meeting held on Monday, January 12th, 2026, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody interested in speaking to this one at this point in time. So we'll go to then an electronic vote if there are no speakers. So we'll put the vote up, please. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. We are on to 7.2 and 12.2, PLC 26-001, Planning Committee, January 13th, 2026. Councillor Tattison, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee's open and closed minutes of January 13th, 2026, and receive the correspondence items. And I then believe that we'll have a motion from Councillor Wang. So please, do you want to put it on the floor for us?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor M. Wilson, that the PLC 26001, being the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, item 7.2 be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved. B, that the closed session minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, item 12.2 be approved as presented and remain confidential. And C, that the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence from Ian DeFeo respecting minute 8.1 report PED 26013, city initiate application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 70 Hope Avenue, Hamilton, Ward 4. That's item 7.2A. And the correspondence respecting minutes item 12.1 report LS 22020A, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 140 Garner Road East, Ancaster, for lack of decision on the draft plan of subdivision application Ward 12, item 7.2B.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tattison. I'm going to go now to Councillor Wang for the amendment. We'll have everything on the floor and then we'll begin the discussion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Chair Tattison. This is speaking to 9.4, the establishment of an interim fee for secondary plan official plan amendments. In this, I had circulated this to all of council already, but there is language in there that tries to clarify that this is essentially for the establishment of any new secondary plans. And Director Dave Hayworth has been working really hard to ensure that the language within this particular report and motion is a little more clear, because we did receive correspondence from the West End home builders as well as just other councillors that were asking about
Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. Are you going to continue? We're just kind of, we're all dealing with the tech, so we're going to get it sorted. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Maybe my voice is so ringing that it doesn't matter that the microphone was off.
Except that my list is gone now.
Oh,
So that's going to matter. So please repopulate.
So,
folks.
Mayor, if, just for council and to see, the information has been bolded, and there are multiple sections within this motion that does clarify that this is for the establishment of a new secondary plan. And it's, I don't want to try and read these bolded sections into the record, but they are both online and in your inbox for any questions. But that's the intent of this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. I'm going to see if we can maybe get that on the screen in case people haven't had a chance to look at it. Would that be helpful? Do people want to see that amendment, or we okay? Yes, so if we can get that amendment up, just in terms of the lists for speaking. So we are now on the alternative list, which is the list to dispatch this particular amendment first, and then we'll go back to the main motion as is our procedure. So as we wait for the motion to be up on the screen, Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Clark are currently on the list for the amendment. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. Okay, so are there any members on the list for the amendment? Councillor Jackson, are you on the list for the, Councillor Clark, you are on the list for the amendment? Okay, so we'll go with Councillor Clark then, please.
So to clarify, my questions are both about the amendment and the staff recommendation.
Okay, are they so intertwined that we can't take
Kind of.
them separately?
Yeah.
All right, well,
Why don't I start and then you can
We'll
call
get
me out of
started.
order if does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. Thank you.
So can I ask staff, the process for secondary plans, specifically new secondary plans, and I've gone through many of them in Ward 9. Our ward is completely planned through secondary plans. The city creates almost like a study group, a committee of the community and the developers and staff to review the needs and develop the secondary plan. Do we still do that? And that would apply here automatically. If it's a new secondary plan, that used to be our process.
Over to the bench.
Through the mayor to the councillor, historically, I believe that has been the process. There's been city-driven secondary plans, especially within the current urban boundary, because there's a lot of consultation involved and creating a vision for the plan, et cetera. So you are correct. But applicants can make privately initiated secondary plans, and we are getting those in the urban expansion areas. So this fee is to adjust the secondary plan fee because of the amount of work involved in staff review and time. We could get privately initiated secondary plans within the existing urban area. It's highly unlikely because given the development in the areas, they're very developed. There's a lot of different parcels. And, you know, coordinating everything with city infrastructure, et cetera, it's very unlikely to get privately initiated secondary plans within the existing urban area, but we would be getting them in the urban expansion areas.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. So if I'm hearing correctly, under the new provincial rules, for a privately initiated urban boundary expansion, they can also do a privately initiated secondary plan in that area. And is that secondary plan for the entire, I'll use Alfreda as an example, it's huge. Is the intent that they're going to do a secondary plan for that entire area all at once, or break it up into segments?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. We've had secondary plans applied. If you recall, when the province initially When they adopted ROP, they modified it and added lands into the urban boundary. We came up with a secondary planning framework. The province then reversed that. Around the time of the provincial reversals, there were secondary plan amendments filed for Whitechurch and 20 Road West. So they got in under the current application fees. We are expecting an application from Elfrida this year, the end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter. And we'll have to process that, and we have 120 days.
So I'm still struggling a little bit. We always had to pay for secondary plan within the city. Now, let me rephrase that. Is the planning fee that you're proposing the exact same as what we would have paid if it was a city-initiated secondary plan?
Please go ahead. And I'm getting questions about position and your title. And
Oh, I'm sorry. Dave Hayworth, I'm Director and Senior Advisor of Strategic Growth Initiatives. My apologies. Yeah, so the fee is to incorporate and address all of the staff time and review. This is an interim fee that we established because we feel the amount of work in terms of staff time and review to ensure that we're looking at what the costs are to the city is about equivalent to an urban boundary expansion. It is an interim fee. We're going through a process right now of getting all the staff comments from various departments, et cetera, on their time, anticipated time for these applications. And the permanent fee, based on our feedback, is looking to be very similar to the interim fee. So it is to reflect the amount of time and effort and cost to the city to review and process an application.
So my question, Mayor, and then I'll relinquish the floor, are the costs or the fees for a municipally initiated secondary planning process the same as the ones that are being proposed here for an interim future permanent fee for a privately initiated secondary planning process?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. We'll get the answer to that, the response to that question, and then we'll move to the next.
Yes, it's Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. Thank you very much for that question, Councillor. The fees that are associated with the privately initiated secondary plan is to cover the staff costs associated with processing the application. They could get pretty complex because you're dealing with servicing issues, transportation issues, typically greenfield development. Now, you're asking about the staff costs or the cost to process
No,
an
can I just interrupt? He was asking, are they the same fees for
Yes.
staff initiated?
Yes.
So there are fees for secondary plans that are staff initiated? No, correct?
No, so the answer is no. There is no fee associated with a secondary plan that's staff initiated. And the aspects of that may be, part of it is when it's within an existing urban area, for example, the issues are different, right, than what I've described as a greenfield area.
And so but there are costs to the city, they're internalized costs because they're staff initiated, and that's how.
Absolutely correct.
And now this is because they're privately initiated. We're trying to recoup the staff costs that we would be investing in the other way of doing things, in the kind of the non-privately initiated secondary plans. Okay. I think that that's fairly clear, but I'm happy to take next questions. Councillor Jackson, I'm just checking in with you. Are you on the amendment? Okay. On the main motion. All right. So I have Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Maureen Wilson, and I just want to check in. Either of you on the amendment? Councillor Kretsch? No. And Councillor Wilson? Maureen Wilson? On the main motion? Okay. Okay. So then I don't see any further speakers on the list for the amendment, which is before us. So I believe we're ready to go to a vote on that amendment, if that meets with the approval of the members of the council. So I believe the amendment requires an electronic vote, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have that vote up, please. And it was moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Taddison. Thank you. Carries 13-3. Thanks very much. We are now on to the main motion, and so we have populated the list. Just folks see it in front of them. So we'll go to the first speaker, which is Councillor Kretsch. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I was wanting to just pull out 9.1 and 12.1 for separate votes on this report, the planning report in general. That's all I've ever been on the list for.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, wanting to pull out 2 items from the planning report, which is why I put my name on the list really early on. Just wanted to pull 2 separate votes out for 9.1 and 12.1. I have nothing to say about them, just that I cast dissenting minority votes on those and want to affirm those here at council.
Got your separate votes for those ones in the minutes. No problem at all. Thank you so much. We'll do that at the end of the speakers list. Councillor Jackson, is your turn.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Good morning. So I supported the amendment, and I'm not on planning committee, but I'm going to vote against the main motion as amended. When I heard what Councillor Huang was doing, again, which I just supported, I reached out quickly to the West End home builders and their representatives just to say, look, everything's good now, smooth, language is cleared, good to go. This is what I received. Councillor Jackson, we absolutely continue to have a problem with the interim fee. The market has collapsed. Thousands of local jobs tied to the residential construction sector have been lost. Builders cannot make their projects pencil because the cost to build exceeds what the market will pay. So a new fee exacerbates the problem. I don't know why this council is continuing to hammer away at impacting negatively our construction industry, our home building industry, trades, union jobs, good paying jobs. We know they're in a funk right now. The market's in a funk. So I'm just going to ask to be recorded as opposed to another fee. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the same item, 9.4. I'd like to have the flexibility just to take council back a little bit to the secondary planning process that we have already done on Elfrida. The previous council spent a significant amount of money starting the secondary planning process because at that time, the council's position was to develop Elfrida as the growth area. My experience in secondary plans in my ward has been on municipally initiated. We have to do all the studies. The developers offer contrary positions if they don't agree with those studies, but we work through that process, and we work through the process through a committee that we strike in the community, almost like a community liaison committee, but it's not called that, and I don't remember the name. So we spend that money. What I asked earlier, Mayor, and I don't think I got an answer to it, is we're establishing a new fee because ostensibly the private sector is going to be doing that study, but we still have to review it. And my point is, if we were doing it, we would be paying that money anyways. So our staff have to review it regardless. And I'm trying to understand what's the difference between the permanent fee for privately initiated secondary plans versus what the city would normally pay. And I don't have an answer, and I'm stymied in that if we were doing this, we would be paying for it, we would be doing the study, we absorb the costs. The developers don't pay. They pay for their own people to study it. What's changed? And that's what I'm struggling with. The only thing I can see, Mayor, that has changed is our secondary planning process used to last a lot longer than 120 days. I had one secondary plan that went on for almost a year and a half, and we paid all those fees. I still feel that we need to stress, and none of the motions do that, and I'll deal with staff later, that there has to be a community committee to review the secondary plan, regardless of who is proposing the secondary plan. The community has to be involved. We simply can't hand it over to the private sector and say, you do it, and the community will be say, oh yeah, we love that. That's not going to happen. So if the community is not directly involved in it, we're going to have some problems, but I'll deal with staff on that separately. But at the moment, I don't feel comfortable supporting this because I still don't have that rationale. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
So I think my question is in order because there was some reference to historic chronology here. So could I just get confirmation? The city had initiated, I think, secondary plan. Last term of council, there was specific instruction to cease and desist all planning activity in the Alfreda area. Is that correct, through the chair?
To staff? Director Hayward?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think it was maybe prior to that year where the secondary planning work stopped on Alfreda, given council's strategy, no urban boundary expansion growth strategy. So that work had kind of ceased at that point in time. We are expecting a secondary plan application coming in. We will have 120 days to review it. And I guess to address some of the other comments made as well, like secondary planning growth work carried out by the city, I believe can be covered under development charges as well, whereas a review of an application cannot be. And we have a very tight timeline to do it within as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. So I am just curious, have we, the initiation of privately sponsored, privately controlled, privately informed methodology on secondary plans, have we had experience with that as of yet, through the chair?
Director Hayward?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. Has this municipality had any experience with privately initiated secondary plans, through the chair?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't believe so. And I've been here about 2.5 years, not in that length of time I've been here. I think there's been some kind of partnerships in the past between the city and some developers that own large tracts of land that work alongside the city towards secondary planning. But they've generally been city driven within the existing urban boundary.
Thank you. My last, I think, question, I am just curious, does the municipality have any role in informing the requirements, the methodology, the items that have to be included, and or has the province set that out anywhere? Through the chair.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, we have a policy framework that was established back when the province added the lands, 2,200 hectares into the urban boundary. Before they were removed, I think it was Official Plan Amendment 185 set out a policy framework for processing secondary plans. It was largely hoped that that would be city-driven secondary plans within the expansion areas and or kind of partnerships, but it did allow for privately initiated secondary plans, and the Planning Act does as well.
Okay. My final question is just getting, again, some certainty on cost recovery. It was always my understanding that municipalities in Ontario, we can't make money off of planning applications. So the reason for an interim is because of the uniqueness of this, we're going to try and calibrate and compare. And if post 120 days on the first experiment, we find our costs, our fee was maybe too high or too low. It's all going to be calibrated, and we will publicly submit. And if any refund is due, it will be so provided. Is that a fair summary through the chair?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, in a sense it is. It's an interim fee. We are in the process of doing a very thorough review to establish a proposed permanent fee. As I mentioned, that's likely to be along the same lines as the interim fee based on the feedback we've been getting. If the permanent fee came in and it was lower than the interim fee, and an application that came in after the interim fee, we would reimburse the applicant the difference if the permanent fee was lower.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just trying to dive down on the numbers here. Is the Alfreda plan that's been talked about, would that categorize as over 500 hectares?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, 1,200 hectares.
Thank you. So the difference between the fee that it's currently at and the proposed fee, interim fee for that application, just shy of $200,000. If we don't have this interim fee and that estimate's correct, who pays that $200,000?
They would pay the existing official plan amendment fee.
And the difference between the costs that are estimated to come from staff being close to the 250 number and the number there, who pays that differential cost? Does that come from the PED budget? Where does that come from?
Director Hayward?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that cost would just be absorbed by the city in terms of
So by the general
yeah.
taxpayer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to GM Prasad, are there planning fees that are not done cost recovery in your department?
Jim Prasad?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Generally, the fees are cost recovery. We can recover the cost. We cannot make any profit on it, but we can definitely recover the cost, and that's the principle that we work from. And that's why we have this report here before you today. Council directed us to provide this report. Look at fee for secondary plans. We're coming back with that fee. We think in the interim period, this is a reasonable amount, but as Mr. Hayworth has said, we will review that amount and adjust accordingly and make corrections if need be.
Thank you. If we're wrong, all the money gets returned. Through you, Mayor, PD is consistently one of the departments with the lowest net budget impact. There's obviously some revenue generation going in. Does the fact that most of the work is done in a cost recovery way contribute to the fact that the overall department has one of the smallest net budgets?
I wonder if that would go actually more appropriately to GM Zagaric.
Through the mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services, yes. With respect to building, planning, development, there are some divisions such as tourism and culture that do have some fees, but those development-related divisions do realize proceeds from fees and charges.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I think this is pretty straightforward to me. I appreciate the amendment from Councillor Wang working with industry to get more clarity around what does this apply to, how does it apply. Obviously, I understand the industry is not up for fee increases of any way, shape, or form. Hamilton taxpayers are also not up for subsidizing development outside of the urban area. That's been a pretty clear decision. In fact, all of us have voted to say no to, at one point or another, doing this exact type of development in Alfreda. So to now subsidize it, feels a little different than that past decision by council. My final point on this one is, I think, what I said to the development industry when they reached out to me regarding this file. When the West End home builders reached out, I said, if your argument is that these shouldn't be recovered at cost recovery, you're asking for an investment from the city in your project. You're asking for a subsidy. The request that I have as a member of this council to any for-profit or nonprofit board coming forward is to talk about what the return on investment is and what the value for taxpayers is in that investment. You're not asked to be a partner in this investment. We are asked to discount the DCs and ask taxpayers to cover it. Happy for anyone, for-profit or nonprofit, to have a conversation with the council about investing in our community and how can we do that. That's not what this application is. It's budget season. Why are we passing on costs for development we didn't ask for that the province mandated to taxpayers?
Councillor Jackson, please. And you'll have to excuse me. I don't mean to be rude, but we have an issue that I need to speak to the clerk about while you're giving your remarks. If you don't mind, is that too rude? Oh, a separate item. A new item on these minutes, though. Okay, so thank you for that. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Kretsch is no longer going to speak to this particular item, and I actually would like to hand the chair over to Councillor Cooper and just say briefly, I've been listening carefully to this conversation and this discussion, and I know very well the challenges, and I think we all do, that are facing taxpayers in this city. We're in the budget process. And so what I would suggest to folks is that we have to be disciplined about how we approach these kinds of situations where suddenly, because of other orders of governments making decisions, we are now having another download situation. And the idea that somehow the broader taxpayer, again, is going to be footing that bill, there has to come a time when we say fairly, and I think this is the fair and appropriate path forward, when we are no longer able to have control of our own destiny and it's now handed over to the development industry in terms of secondary planning, where who knows whether there's going to be any public consultation or not whatsoever, or any that has to be taken into consideration whatsoever. This is problematic in a lot of ways from my perspective. And the last thing we want to do is just simply say, well, we're now going to absorb more costs that every taxpayer in this city is going to have to cover because the development industry that's pushing for the urban boundary expansion, which is now their right to do that in a different process with their own secondary plans, that's not under our control. That's under the province's control. That's what the province has decided. But I don't think that the people of the city of Hamilton should take yet another bill that's being put on us by the decisions made at the provincial level that are now being that are now going to burden the rest of the community. And so for those reasons alone, and because of the principle of cost recovery that we have baked into our planning processes, I am going to be supporting the amendment, and I'm going to be supporting the item overall. So I just wanted to put my voice on the record, particularly considering the situation that we face as a city that's both growing and pressure to grow, but also an older city that has lots of challenges in terms of existing infrastructure. So thanks very much. Take back the chair, Councillor Cooper. Thank you. So I just wanted to kind of recalibrate here. We are now on to the another speakers list, not on this item, but on other items. And we do have, I'm sorry? Okay, so.
Perhaps, Mayor, if I could just jump in. If anybody is on the speakers list not on item 9.4 as amended, remove yourself from the list for now. I think what we'll do is we'll just hold a separate vote on 9.4 as amended, and then we'll move on to other speakers list items related to the planning minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have Councillor Clark. I'm just wanting to confirm that if it's your second time, Councillor Clark, so you'll require a motion to speak a second time on this matter. Moved by, anybody moving that one to have a second time speaker? Moved by, I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Can you? Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I'm happy to move that just order of speakers list if we want to do first time speakers first, but absolutely this is in Councillor, like the major applications, Councillor Clark's ward, absolutely want Councillor Clark to participate fulsomely. I'm happy to move that.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson, and that's seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Either first time speakers.
Oh, sorry, that's a show of hands vote. Sorry. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
I would yield to any first-time speakers on 9.4 just to make sure that I've not interrupted anyone. Councillor McMeekin is first.
Councillor McMeekin, are you on as a first-time speaker to this item? Thank you so much, Councillor Clark. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Councillor McMeekin.
Okay, thanks very much. Just a question for clarification. Did we, my recollection is we reduced development charges for builders?
James Garrett?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. City Council approved a 20% further discount as a temporary 2-year interim as well. City Council repealed the community benefit charges, and finally staff have lowered the interest rate on deferral agreements from 5% to 0, all in support of the development community and local labor force.
Thank you.
So my point is there's precedent for helping the building industry reduce their costs. Okay, thanks. That's my point.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Clark, it's back to you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. No problem. We're all struggling with the new process here. So just to be clear, I don't want to see this motion that is before as conflagrated with it's about the urban boundary expansion. The motion does not deal with the urban boundary expansion. It says very clearly a secondary plan. Secondary plan anywhere in the city. And there are lands in the city that have not had secondary plans. In my ward alone, there are areas that we have not had a secondary plan. So to be clear, it's not about that. And finally, I can't stress enough right now, we are in strange economic waters. In my ward, there is no housing construction going on. A pile of site plans have been approved, but there's no construction. And when I reach out to the developers on the lands that have been approved and they're just simply saying, we've laid people off. The industry is shrinking. The sector has, I don't know the terminology, but it's been a downward spiral. And they use language like the industry's gone off a cliff. I think that's a little bit of an embellishment, but that's the situation that we're in. And I stress again, on secondary plans, the city used to pay for the secondary plan because we controlled the secondary plan. So we were spending money anyways on the secondary plan. And I'm struggling to understand the rationale why we would now create an interim secondary plan to have developers pay for what we were already paying for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Okay, so I don't see any further. Councillor Kretsch on this one. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I understand Councillor Clark's point. I caught up with staff about this offline and I asked them a couple questions about that concern specifically. And what they said to me, which I think David said earlier, but I'll say it in a different way, is that when a secondary plan is initiated for a city-held property within the urban boundary, usually that's a city-led process. And so there's only been one time in Hamilton's history when it wasn't a city-led process. That was in the Meadowlands in Ancaster, and that was with multiple properties involved. So it was an exceptional situation where there wasn't that process. That's not changing for the city of Hamilton. We're not changing our processes. We lead secondary plans here for situations that occur within the urban boundary. This is specifically targeting situations that are abnormal, situations that are outside the urban boundary. And to previous comments, I think I want to say this a little, as clearly as I can anyway. This is about cost recovery. And if we don't want to recover the costs, that's okay. Anyone in this room can make whatever priorities they want to. If you want to prioritize not recovering costs and have this become part of the tax levy so that individuals who are contributing to the tax levy will pick up the fee, that's totally okay. And we make those priority changes every single budget cycle, every single day here at the City of Hamilton. Everyone's entitled. I don't think, as the Mayor said, this is about being disciplined or undisciplined. I think it's about priorities. You're welcome to have whatever priority you want. I think just say it full-throatedly. If that's your priority, cool, no problem, have that priority. But that's what we're voting on today, is a priority of whether or not we ask the individuals who want to do these exceptional situations to pay for them, or we want people who are contributing the tax levy to pay for them. That's the vote in front of you today. Also briefly, in case people don't know, the council chamber is slightly leaking.
So can you, I was actually going to speak to that just in a moment. We wanted to kind of get through this vote, and then the clerk was going to kind of update us on where we are. So on the amendment that's on the floor and the item that's in front of us, as well, on the amendment's been done. So on the item as a whole, and then we'll go to the issue that you've raised, Councillor Kretsch, with all of us having our own opinion on how we characterize what our decisions are around the table. Thanks very much. And so on that note, we are still on first-time speakers now, still on first-time speakers for this item. We'll go to Councillor Kassar. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. And just on the topic of costs and who's paying for what, if you were listening to what Director Hayworth said earlier, when secondary plans are done, initiated by the city, they can be paid for and are paid for by development charges, not by taxpayer. In this case, to review a secondary plan, it is paid for by the taxpayer. So it is not apples to apples compared to a normal process. And to what Mayor Horvath said earlier, is now the taxpayer will be burdened with this cost, where previously it would be development charges, which is not from the taxpayer. So I think that's a very important distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. I don't see any further speakers on this. And so we will now go to the item as amended. So can we have an electronic vote, please? It's leaking over. Okay, so that's defeated on an 8-8 tie. Can I just now ask the clerk to update the council in terms of what's happening, and the public and the staff here in our council chamber? I'm not able to vote because I think water might have actually got into my computer. And so we have some leaking issues, and I'll just hand it over to the clerk to explain what's happening and a recommendation as to what we do about it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So our estimation is that the cold outside is causing a buildup of condensation on the glass right above us, and with the warmth in the room, it is dripping down in multiple locations, all from the ceiling. So facilities can come in to attempt to address it with a tarp and some other things to help collect water. However, they'll need approximately 15 minutes at minimum to address that. It's up to the group if we'd like to recess to have them attempt to address it.
And so we'll take a motion to recess for 15 minutes and then reassess. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pauls, and all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. Welcome back, everyone. We do have a quorum of council here in the council chambers. I am going to turn it over to Clerk Trenum to update us as to what the situation is here and what the remedy is for continuing our council meeting. Please go ahead, Clerk Trenum.
Thank you, Mayor. So to members present, those online, and others in the room, unfortunately, due to the leak and the drips and any risk to technology in the room, we are going to transition the meeting to Committee Room 264. So we will recess again, reconvene in 264, where the broadcast and the meeting will continue.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone, for your patience. And then just another quick reminder that this is particularly issues around the cold outside versus the warm in here, the condensation, and the risk it provides to not only the papers around the table, but also to the electronics for staff, councillors alike. So thanks very much. We'll now take a motion to recess and reconvene in 264, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang. Show of hands, please. That's carried. We'll see you over there, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your accommodating this situation, this unexpected situation that we found ourselves in. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk just to give us a little bit of a explanation as to how we're going to proceed in terms of speakers lists, et cetera, and then we'll move forward with the picking up on where we left off. So please go ahead, Clerk Trenum.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horvath. So for those in the room, if you'd like to speak to an item, please just indicate with your hand. I will create a list that we have working off of here. For those online, please indicate in the chat that you're looking to speak to an item, preferably with the item number as well. I'll capture that and add you into the sequence of the chat of the speakers list that I'll maintain here.
Any questions from council members? Staff? No? Okay, so away we go then. If I recall, we were on item 7.2, 12, and 12.2, the Planning Committee minutes, and we had disposed with the item that was on the floor at the time, and the speakers list was still live for the balance of the report, and we had Councillor Jackson, I think, was up on the speakers list for the balance of the report.
Thank you so much, Mayor Horvath, for remembering. Much appreciated. So item 8.3, strategic amendments to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaws regarding RCFs, residential care facility zones. The matter has been deferred. Can I at least speak to why I think that was a prudent decision to defer? Can I speak to at least the matter, why it was deferred, that I can at least offer my comments because I'm not on planning?
Well, I would say that no, in fact, the deferral has been dispatched by committee, and now it will come up again when it comes back to committee, and that's the time to address the matter. It's not really before us because it's been deferred by committee. That would be my ruling on the minutes. So
shucks, Mr.
I know,
Mayor.
you'll have plenty of chance, Councillor.
All right. Okay, I'll have to save this speech then for 2 weeks. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further speakers then on the balance of this report? Councillor Beatty?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that you mentioned it, but I just want to confirm, I'm just calling for a separate vote on item 12.2.
So thanks, Councillor Beatty, for that. On the minutes of this, these minutes, we had a request for 9.1 for a separate vote, 12.1 for a separate vote from Councillor Kretsch. Did you also want a separate vote on 12.2 in these minutes?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, that's great. So I don't see any further speakers then to the report. And so we will then go to a separate vote on 9.1. All those electronically, I'm sorry.
Mayor, would you mind even, since we're just, I'm at least just shoveled getting back in,
Sure.
just mention even what the topic is that we're voting on, please? That would help me to clarify. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'll have the clerk do that. Thank you.
So the first separate vote is on item 9.1, PED 26007. It's demolition permit 11 Lakeside Drive, Stony Creek, Ward 10.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so the vote now is before us on 9.1. I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor Tattison.
I'm sorry, I just need some clarity on a yes vote supporting the recommendations of staff.
Yes, a yes vote would support what the committee decided, which is outlined in these minutes. And the committee decided to bring this forward as a recommendation. So it was carried at committee. Yes. Everybody good? Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, that carries 13-3. This is awkward because the information's behind me, so I'm going to have to. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, members of council. We are now on to 12.2, which is a separate vote as well. Or sorry, 12.1 first, 12.1. So Clerk Trenum, can you describe what this one is about, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is item 12.1 coming out of private and confidential LS 22020A. That is appeal of the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 140 Garner Road East, Ancaster, for lack of decision on draft plan of subdivision, application Ward 12. It's that the directions be approved, that the closed session recommendations be approved and remain confidential, and the balance of the report remain confidential.
Okay, thanks very much. We're now at the vote. Did I see? Okay. Councillor Clark, please, on this item 12.1 before we go to the vote.
So this item is an in-camera item. I was not present for the meeting as I'm not on the planning committee. I do have a question. Can I ask the question here, or does the question need to be asked in camera?
I would assume that the question needs to be asked in camera. I do believe we have a closed session at the end of this agenda, so I will leave it to the clerk to give us advice. My suggestion is, if this is required to help you with your decision, that we then have to refer this entire report to the closed session and dispatch with the closed session discussion and this item and the balance of the report thereafter. Am I correct, Councillor Trenum? Or Clerk Trenum, sorry.
So what we could...
Promotion or demotion?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, given that we've already dealt with some of the items in the minutes, what I would recommend is let's deal with the balance of the agenda and defer only minute item 12.1 and the closed session minutes to be dealt with after closed session.
Okay, perfect.
That would work.
Councillor
perfectly.
Clark?
Thank you very much.
Very good. So then 12.1 and the closed session minutes are now being deferred to the closed session and thereafter.
Can we just have a motion for that?
Can we have a motion? That's Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Ted McMeekin. Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? That carries. On we go. Item 12.2 was the other one that was requested by Councillor Beattie to have a separate vote. Can we please have an explanation, Clerk Trenum, of what that item is so councillors are aware?
So item 12.2 is LS 26002, Committee of Adjustment decision for lands located at 282 DeWitt Road, Stony Creek, regarding consent and minor variance applications Ward 10, that the directions to staff be approved from closed session, that closed session recommendations be approved and remain confidential until made public, and that the balance of the report remain confidential.
Okay, so that's before us now. Can we please go to the vote? That carries 11 to 5. Thanks very much. And then on the balance of the minutes that are before us.
Correct. So that's the balance of the minutes.
Not included. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Save and accept item 12.1 in the closed session minutes.
Excellent. So can we have the vote up, please? That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much, folks. We're now on to, let me just get myself organized here. GIC 26-001, General Issues Committee 7.3, 12.3, and 12.4, January 14th, 2026. Councillor Cooper, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee's open and closed minutes of January 14th, 2026, receive the correspondence item, and receive the confidential memorandum respecting legal advice re vacant units at risk.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark, that GIC 26001 being the open session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, January 14, 2026, item 7.3, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. That the closed session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, January 14, 2026, item 12.3 be approved as presented and remain confidential. That the correspondence from Jody Campovari, representing minute item 7.6 report FCS 26018, proposed provincial regulations restricting municipal stormwater fees on farm and managed forest properties citywide, item 7.3A be received, and that the confidential memorandum respecting legal advice re-vacant units at risk, item 12.4 be received and remain confidential.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. I just wanted to say before we go any further that this is an item on which I had identified a non-disqualifying interest. 8.9 of these minutes, as I have past business dealings with parties named in the report. And so I will now actually look to Clerk Trenum, who has an item that he wants to provide some clarity on, 7.4 FCS 26020, which is correspondence from the Hamilton Police Services Board.
Thank you, Mayor. Upon review with the procedural bylaw, I don't believe that it was entirely in order the way the referral occurred, meaning Clause B of the motion that the request from the Hamilton Police Chief respecting Provincial Offences Act revenues be referred to the Mayor's budget process. The Mayor's budget process is at completion at this point. The budget has been proposed. There's also some question as to whether this is truly a budget item or more of a policy question, given it's the use of provincial offences revenues. My best recommendation, considering that, is that this be amended to strike Mayor's budget process and be replaced with a referral to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee.
Okay, so can we have I think the best way to go then is to ask for a motion to make that amendment? So is there anybody who's prepared to move that amendment to direct this particular piece to the appropriate place? Moved by Councillor Clark. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Seconded by, any seconder on this one? Seconded by Councillor Cassar. Any discussion? Seeing none. I don't see any on the line either. We'll then go to the vote, please. The vote's up. This is an amendment on the recommendation to refer it to, I'm sorry, this is an amendment on the recommendation to refer it to the Mayor's budget process and instead move it to AFNA because it's a more of a policy, reserve policy or finance policy item, not a Mayor's budget item. Everybody understand? Okay, thank you. Can you go to the vote then, please? That's carried 16-0. Thanks very much. And thank you, Clerk Trenum, for bringing that to our attention. We now have the item before us, or the minutes before us. Are there any speakers? Clerk Trenum's putting a list together. I see Councillor Clark and Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
So I'm trying to understand then, what are the ramifications for our budget? What are the ramifications for the police budget if we choose to share the provincial offences revenue? So the first question would be...
Sorry, Councillor Clark, but we've actually just referred that to the AFNA committee. And just so that you know, so folks are aware, the Mayor's budget as required was put out publicly yesterday. And as is required by legislation, the police services budget as a whole, as was presented by the police, as was requested by the Police Services Board, is incorporated completely in the Mayor's budget. That's required, and that's been incorporated. It's just so folks are aware. So there's how that whole gets funded is a policy issue that's going to AFNA. Is that?
Thank you for that clarification. My apologies.
No problem at all. Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, please.
I understood what Councillor Cooper said. There was the approval of 12.4 at this time, but I'd actually have to speak to that in camera, not have it approved at this time.
Clerk Trenum?
It's a vacant unit memo.
Oh, nothing else has been, so it's on the floor. Everything's been moved for consideration. If members have questions on the memo in closed session, then that just needs to be deferred to after closed session.
That's what I'm asking to do, to defer it. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's 12.4.
Correct, yes.
Not 12.3. Okay. Are there any other councillors wishing to discuss these minutes that are before us? No further items then. So we will then go to the vote on the on 7.3, 12.3, and we will refer 12.4 to the closed session portion of our agenda. So on 7.3 and 12.3, the vote is up. Okay, Councillor Beatty.
Very sorry, Mayor. You're making reference to 12 point, the two numbers that you offered, 12.3, 12.4?
That's what's in my roadmap, yes.
I'm just seeking clarification because I see we're talking about GIC.
Yes, we are.
I see item 12 as adjournment. So I'm just seeking clarification on.
Okay,
Sorry,
let's
apologies.
go to Clerk Trenum then.
Just clarification on.
Absolutely, better to be clear than not.
Following one guideline.
Easier to do it right the first time and then to have to undo it. So we very much appreciate that.
And through you, Mayor, there is confusion because it's a mix between whether we're talking council meeting agenda items versus minute items. What's on the floor at the moment is agenda item 7.3, which is the GIC minutes, 12.3, which is the closed GIC minutes, and 12.4, which is the memo. So we're looking at deferring 12.4 until after closed.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, and so then just because of, we appreciate this too, obviously, just to make sure then that they're on the balance of the minutes, which would be 7.3, are there any further speakers on the balance of those minutes? Okay, seeing none. So then the balance of the minutes, save and except for 12.4, but including 12.3 is what's before us, correct? Okay. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. So we had the motion to defer already. Did we have the motion to defer, Clerk Trenum?
No, we'll take that now.
Yeah, sorry, we did. I didn't. I neglected to put the motion to defer. That was, I believe, moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And so just to keep everything tidy, can we have a vote on the motion to defer the memo that's 12.4 to the closed portion of the meeting?
By hand.
Show by hand, please. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries, and everybody online was good too, so that carries, and thanks very much for your indulgence. We're now on to the next item on our agenda, which is AFNA 26-001, Audit, Finance and Administration Committee, January 15th, 2026. Councillor Beatty, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee's minutes of January 15th, 2026, and receive the correspondence items.
You may, Madam Mayor, my pleasure to bring forward this report, be at the meeting held on January 15th, a very interesting meeting, just due to the configuration of our weather event, and Mother Nature threw us the curveball that she did, moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Spadafora.
Okay, so the minutes just moved. Okay, that's great. Any speakers? We have Councillor Clark, we have Councillor Jackson, we have Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure what the number is. So it's under delegations and it's marked II. So this was a motion sponsored by Councillor Spadafore, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, referring and asking for some direction from the Ontario work staff to report back. I'd like to add a few questions to that report back. Is that permitted at this time?
I believe so. It would be, I would think it would be a motion, just confirming with the clerk. But so yes, you're welcome to do that. Absolutely. You would be amending the recommendation or amending, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. So I have shared this with GM Mater. I've asked that we not I want her to have the opportunity to do the research to respond to the following questions. One, is there a policy manual for Ontario Works staff, how they deal with these applications? Does it stipulate, two, does it stipulate that nobody can be cut from fraudulent, for fraudulent applications? Three, how many clients were removed from Ontario Works because they did not qualify for Ontario Works? How many clients are now paying back overpayments, so reimbursements? And then, of course, Councillor Spatafor's motion, which is comparing jurisdiction to jurisdiction. I have this in an email. I can forward it to Clerk Trenum so that they can add it to the motion, or to Janet. Perfect. And I don't wish to speak to it because it's a report back. I simply want to have that extra information. I didn't think it was fair to wait and then spring it on them. That I'd rather have them do the research and be prepared to answer those questions. Is that fair, Mayor?
That's absolutely fair. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm sure they appreciate that the added direction so they can do everything holistically. So thanks for that. And that was moved by yourself, Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Cooper. Okay. So people understand what's happening here. Just want to make sure. Is there anybody who wants to speak to the added information request that Councillor Clark has put forward to as an amendment? Seeing none. Then we'll go to the vote, please. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And so, Clerk Trenum, you were going to say something? Okay, so the direction then, in terms of the report back, has now been duly amended. Thank you. And we're on to the remainder of the minutes. And Councillor Clark, I assume that was it. Okay. Councillor Jackson, then please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Can I have a separate vote on 9.1, please? Potential development charge exemption for 4th residential unit. I know this is asking staff to report back to committee on the feasibility of it. I've got a premonition. Every year as a new year, I come up with a new word that I try to use each year, and this year will be premonition. I've got a premonition where this is going. I want to say sincerely, I understand the whole thrust of intensification, gentle intensification, but to a lot of my constituents is an oxymoron, but anyways. And I've seen how the triplexes, fourplexes, I've got some really ugly stuff structurally, aesthetically in my ward. And my worry is that already with backlash from neighborhoods that simply want, and often it's out-of-town landlords that are building this, my community simply wants some respectfulness, sensitivity, thoughtfulness when something's proposed that will be in a different scale and scope moving into the existing neighborhood. And that kind of consultation has been lacking because policies and bylaws allow for proponents to move forward, and especially if they're out of town. They often don't give a rip about of what they purchase in Hamilton and the conversions they want to do. So all of that to say, I can see that this exploration, I can see where potentially it's going to go, which will de-incentivize the people from having to worry about paying an additional development charge, because then if this is approved, they can have that 4th unit without any DCs. And I've just been burned, my community's been burned by some really unfortunate, unsavory developments. And so I just want to get my oar in the water now and say I'd like to be opposed. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. So that's 9.1. We'll take that vote on that minutes, that part of the minutes separately. I just want to look at my speakers list, which we have here, which is on this item on 9.1. We might as well continue then on this one. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask, I think it would be our planning staff, or perhaps GM Zagaric. I understand the province put into effect legislation that made certain types of housing as of right. So a triplex is an as of right modification, a duplex is as of right. Can I get clarification? Is a fourplex now considered as of right in Ontario law?
I'll put that over to GM Prasad. Please go ahead, GM Prasad.
Yes, thank you very much for the question through the mayor. No, the provincial legislation basically says 3 units are as of right. However, we do, and Anita Feiback was here. She could provide us with some more information. There are certain zones within the city that 4 units are permitted as of right. I'd have to look that up in terms of what those 4 units are. As of right, meaning you just have to apply for a building permit.
Yeah, and it's important that the public understand that. So triplex, duplex is permitted as of right across the city, to be clear. And a fourplex is only permitted as of right in specific wards, and I think it's in the lower city because of the nature of the development that was done there. Yeah. So as of right, are we saying therefore that if the province declares something as of right, there are no DC charges?
So I believe the exemption, and I believe, Mike, you could probably help me on this one, but DC charges would not be, I believe the 4th unit would require DC charges currently. Is that correct?
James Garrett?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And as the motion is worded, we will report back as it relates to working collectively with planning and economic development, what the potential financial impact would be to exempt that 4th unit.
Okay, and so can I ask, I'm not opposed to having the report back. I am concerned that we're looking at possibly exempting DCs on a classification of housing that is not deemed as of right by the province. So the province says as of right for duplex and triplex. So we don't charge DCs because we're not permitted to charge DCs. But on a fourplex, it is much more complicated application. There are more challenges within the area, and I'm not so sure about exempting it from DCs. But I would like to see in that report a very clear what does as of right mean, clarify in terms of if the province is directing us not to charge DCs for anything that is as of right. Can we have that in the report, Mayor?
Councillor Clark, I think I'll defer to the staff in a moment, though. I think the point of the motion was to actually direct the staff to report back on all the things. So what you're raising, I would believe, would be part of that, but I'll look to staff to confirm.
My only clarification is the motion does not address the policy of as of right. And so I'm trying to get that clarified, if that's possible.
Okay, so can I just then look to staff to assuage your concern and or suggest a change?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, as I understand the question, when staff report back, we will identify whether or not such a change would be a statutory versus discretionary policy decision.
That would be perfect. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So we're now on 9.1 still. Councillor Alex Wilson and then Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Just some thanks to the mover for this motion. I think we heard from home builders. This is a very different conversation for me than the earlier conversation around incentivizing development. I think this is very much in line with the intensification goals we've set. There's a very discrete number of applications this is going to apply to, and we're getting the financing back on what is it going to cost and what is that potential benefit. I think this is really, as Councillor Meekin has said, that kind of case to cause advocacy before, an example of working with applicants, understanding what barriers they face in the process, and then also a councillor working with staff to understand what can we do about some of those barriers. So just really appreciative of all the work going through. I can't promise to support the final recommendations that come out, but very interested in seeing what comes out. And with thanks to the mover for identifying this and for staff for bringing some information back. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. A question through you to staff. I seconded the motion, very supportive of having information so that we can make decisions on consequence and facts. Through the chair to I'm not sure which member of staff would be here. I think for me, I'm hoping that the report back will not just speak to financial consequence, it will actually speak to documentation that has been received by this council on what we had to submit for the federal housing fund on housing need. My recollection is in that housing need policy plan, we clearly saw a need for attainable housing, which I would assume if you could also bring back an average price point, this fourth unit would certainly fill. Through the chair, will that be forthcoming in the report back, or do I have to articulate as such?
GM Prasad.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor. Yes, absolutely. We can include that as scope for the report back.
Thank you. I'm again highly supportive of this. We know that those with the very least are paying disproportionately the most in terms of property taxes and likely will not be able to afford to live in a new urban boundary expanded area with a single family home. But they can likely, we can fill a housing gap with these as of right provisions. So I'm very supportive of having this report back and the consequences that would come in terms of our return on investment in meeting a very important housing need. Thank you.
Thank you, pardon me. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We don't have anybody else on section 9.1 that's on the list at this point. So we're back then to the minutes as a whole. And I believe Councillor Alex Wilson is also on the list for the minutes as a whole, or please go ahead.
I think Councillor Jackson's just wondering if we could do the separated vote he asked for on the previous item before that. I'm in your hands. I just wanted to, I heard from across. Thank you. I'm not trying to backseat chair, just.
Okay, so we want to dispatch, you're suggesting we dispatch with 9.1 at this point. I'm happy to do that. If that's what folks want, no big deal for me. So let's do that. So we got the nods around the table. So that was asked by Councillor Jackson for a separate vote on 9.1. So let's do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely my pleasure. That's helpful. Thank you. That carries 11 to 5. Thanks very much. Let's see. Now we're on to Councillor Alex Wilson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to share, as I did at committee, the effect of deferring item 8.2 means I won't be able to participate in it as I have a pre-scheduled medical appointment on February 10th, which is why I did not support the deferral. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Any further speakers on this report, on these minutes? Councillor Clark, please.
Yes, Mayor, on item 8.1, which was in a special investigation for the darts video privacy breach, what didn't jump out at me, and I might have missed it, does the city prohibit the use of recording devices in such vehicles, whether video or audio?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Clark. I'm looking to see who on staff might have information in that regard.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Specifically to darts, and they may be cabs that run as darts. Does the city prohibit, specifically prohibit the recording, either video or audio, of the riders in the vehicle?
Jackie, please go ahead.
So Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. There are videos installed in the darts vehicles to record the interactions. So I don't believe so, but I would have to confirm if there are some restrictions about how far that goes, if that's what you're getting at.
Yes, so the item, Mayor, is about a privacy breach. And I don't know if and I do not know if this council or previous councils have had a discussion as to whether or not the city agrees to permit video recording or audio recording in taxi cabs or darts. And if we do, what's the policy? So how would you suggest that I get that information?
Well, in fact, we have Director Purser here with us from the HSR. She might be able to provide, shed some light on the topic. Can you go ahead, Director Purser, please?
Yes, thank you. Nancy Purser, Director of Transit. We have video both on our DARTS vehicles and on our HSR vehicles. They are designed to ensure the safety and security of our operators and our clients and customers when they are using our service.
Thank you. And so do we have set policies or will we be developing set policies as to how the information that is recorded is treated?
Through the chair, that's a very good question. We are ensuring that policies are in place and followed to protect the privacy and the security of those videos. We'll be limiting the amount of time that the videos are maintained for to a 2-week period on DARTS. On HSR, it's 72 hours. It's just significantly more volume. And who has access to those videos?
Thank you. Mayor, I just feel it's really important that we identify and explain this in the public so that riders of those vehicles understand exactly why there are recordings of them getting on and off, et cetera. And I'm hoping that there is very clear messaging inside the vehicle in the back so that when the passengers are in the DARTS vehicle, they can see the sign very clearly, you're being recorded.
Thanks for that, Councillor Clark. I don't know whether that is or is not the case. So I can have Director Purser speak to that very quickly. And then if you're interested, and this is just an offer that's come from the clerk, around some of the privacy pieces, what governs the privacy pieces, he's prepared to fill in a little bit on that as well, if it's the desire of yourself and the group.
I would like to hear from the director, and I will take up the city clerk on that offer.
Thank you. Director Purser, please go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, all vehicles are clearly signed that there is video surveillance on happening on the vehicles.
Thank you. And so I again want to stress to the public that the reason that this is before us and there was a special investigation is that the operator of the DARTS vehicles somehow ended up leaking the video information into the public, and it became a privacy matter at that point. It is not specifically opining or directing us to change any of our policies. Our policies are clear. They can be recorded. There is a sign present, and the recordings are only kept for a certain period of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Clerk Trenum was going to perhaps say something if that's beneficial. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, only in support of that absolutely the legislation, so this is through the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, speaks to those consent pieces where signs are posted in that collection. The city's privacy team does have the ability to conduct privacy impact assessments. I'll take this as a takeaway just to look at what has been done, and if we can connect our staff with transportation staff, if there are any questions on their end, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I think there was somebody, Director Smith, did you want to weigh in on this one? Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Just to provide some clarity, Councillor, I noticed that you had meant taxis. Just on the topic, so the licensing bylaw does require taxis to have operating cameras in them. Yep.
Thank you very much, Acting Director Smith. Okay, so just back to the list at this point, I don't see any further speakers. But I do want to recognize I do want to recognize the clerk who has some information to share regarding item 8.2.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just another one that we caught going through our procedural bylaw and just concerning the referral that was made to Committee of the Whole. That was done in part through my recommendation, but going back to procedural bylaw, wasn't really proper for a committee to make that referral direct to Committee of the Whole. It would need to be referred to a regular meeting of the committee. So my initial recommendation is that be the case. That being said, since that and now, I've been made aware that Councillor Cooper, as chair of General Issues Committee, has called a special meeting of the General Issues Committee to be held on February 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So this now we still need to deal with the disposition of this particular item in these minutes. So this amendment would just need to be, or this motion would need to be amended to refer to that special GIC meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, do you have that amendment ready? Okay, so the clerk can help us with that if that's
The amendment necessary, presuming this is what Councillor Cooper would like to do, is having called the meeting, is that the motion under 8.2 be amended to strike Committee of the Whole and to add to a special General Issues Committee meeting being held on February 10th at 2026 at 1:30 p.m.
At the call of the chair.
At the call of the chair.
And it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that is a housekeeping matter, my understanding. Is a housekeeping matter in terms of this disposition of the will of the group, but making sure it was done in accordance with our procedural bylaw. Is that correct? So that's what's before us. Moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Are there any questions or issues that folks want to raise on this particular matter, which is 8.2 amendment? Councillor Crutch.
You've already spent some time this week talking about the procedural bylaw, so a little bit more of that if no one minds. One of the implications of what you're suggesting, which seems fine, but I want to make sure I understand it, is that any deputy mayor, right, at any given month could call a special meeting for GIC in any given other month when someone else is the deputy mayor. So for instance, if I was deputy mayor in whatever month, I could call several special meetings at my whim for the entire rest of the year, which doesn't seem like that's the intention of what we're doing here. I'm just concerned about that precedent we're setting here, because if we're going to have the January deputy mayor, all meetings for the February deputy mayor, look out. That can be an activity we can all participate in. And I'm saying now, I will participate in doing that sometimes because it makes sense if we're going to be doing that.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. I don't know if the city clerk has any response. Clerk Trenum? It might be that our bylaw is silent on this eventuality, but.
Well, the bylaw, Mayor, does advise that special meetings of a standing committee, so GIC is a standing committee, in addition to the scheduled standing committee meetings, the mayor or standing committee chair may at any time summon a special meeting of the standing committee by giving written direction to the clerk stating the date, time, and purpose of the special meeting. Now, as we are in the month of January, Councillor Cooper is the chair of that standing committee, so may call a special meeting.
Thanks, Clerk Trenum.
Thanks, that helps. I think what you're saying in a different way, though, is actually we're doing it through a motion, so it doesn't matter, right? So like he's not just arbitrarily calling it, we're doing it through a motion.
So yes and no, Mayor. Two things are happening. A special meeting has been called for this. However, this is a clerk situation. The item still exists on this agenda and needs the disposition of that item still needs to be managed. So while the special meeting for that issue has been called, we formally need to deal with the disposition of it here, which is referring it as well.
Noted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As Deputy Mayor, in February, I have no objections to this change.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Appreciate that. So that amendment is now before us. Can we please have a electronic vote on the amendment that's in front of us?
Councillor McMeekin.
Just for clarity, I got a note saying, suggesting I was going to be mayor for February, so Councillor Clark, that's great. Short one.
With 2 meetings, Councillor.
It's okay.
What's happening?
Yeah, we're just waiting for Councillor Francis.
That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, all. We are now on to the balance of the minutes, if there are no further speakers on this set of minutes. Okay, can we then go to the vote on the balance of the minutes, please? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We are now on to GICB 26-001, General Issues Committee Budget 2026, January 19th, 2026. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Budget 2026 minutes of January 19th, 2026, and receive the correspondence item.
Yes, Mayor Horvath, it's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Wang, that GICB 26-001 being the minutes of General Issues Committee Budget 26 meeting held on January 19th, 2026. Item 7.5 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And B, that correspondence from Graham Cubitt, Chair, Hamilton is Home, respecting affordable housing investments for 2026 budget setting be received. Item 7.5A.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within these minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to make a comment about item 6.1, which was the couple of dozen public presentations that were delivered by various people at the meeting. I was very impressed with with those presentations. Aside from the initial one, which called for restraint and a 0% tax increase, it seemed to me, and if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected, that everyone else was looking for greater investment. And that's not surprising that those that have a vested interest in an item will speak up. There was one particular item that I made note of, and it turns out that it was very quick that there was an affirmation of the absolute importance of this item. It found expression at the BIA meeting last night. It had to do with waste collection for businesses that is very problematic. We already have some businesses employing not very desirable options around how they deal with their waste. The supplemental concern, I've received 3 emails this morning already from people who, as a result of the winter weather, have blue boxes that have been damaged significantly. And they're all being told they've got to go to Stony Creek. People in Waterdown, it takes an hour to go to Stony Creek, an hour back to pay for a blue box. And it's not going over very well when you say simply, well, we're no longer in charge anymore. That's the province. So I flagged that, around public relations, trust, and communication, all those pivotal issues that people muse about. It would seem to me, and I just offer this as a suggestion, that an obvious answer would be to negotiate a deal with GFL around the distribution of blue boxes out of municipal service offices. That would save my beleaguered constituents an hour's trip both ways. And I wouldn't be able to worry less about having to explain how the policy change is impacting all of this, which is another issue. And I believe Councillor Kretsch is giving some thought to putting a motion forward around the commercial issue, which is frankly even more dramatic and necessary than the private box issue. A lot of businesses have trouble storing waste if they have to store it for any period of time, and disposing of it's an even bigger issue. The point was made at the BIA last night that with our 11% industrial commercial to 89% residential assessment ratio, we need to be doing everything we can to make sure that small businesses aren't debilitated as a result of decisions made between two levels of government. So I just flagged that. I don't know what the absolute solution might be. I know Cameron Kretsch is very good at these sorts of things, and he mentioned to me he's working on something, so I look forward to that. But I want to flag that, Your Worship, because I think that's it's one of those quiet, difficult issues that people just don't seem to understand. And it's our role and function to not only communicate what's happening, but if there are difficulties associated with those transitions, to be on top of them. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see anybody else wishing to speak to these particular minutes of the delegations that we heard the other day. So on that note then, we will go to the vote on these minutes, which is an electronic vote, please.
So from Councillor Jackson.
Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. Thank you.
Thumbs up from Councillor Meehan.
That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to the next section of the agenda, which is items for consideration, and there are none. So motions, the motion is 9.1, which is the appointment to the procurement subcommittee. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair of Procurement, Alex Wilson. This is that Councillor Mike Spadafora be appointed to the Procurement Subcommittee for the remainder of the 2022-2026 council term and until a successor is appointed.
Thanks very much. Discussion? Seeing none, please go to the electronic vote. That carries 15-0. We are now on to the notices of motion, of which there are none. I just want to check in with everyone. It's 10-12. We keep plowing through? Yeah. Okay. All right. So then we're on to statements by members. And so because we're not populating our, our list electronically, please be patient in terms of our ability to get everybody's name. So can people just identify, we're going to start writing the names down. We've got Councillor Nan, we've got Councillor Pauls, we've got Councillor Tattison. Anybody else at this point? Councillor Beatty, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Cooper. Okay, let's start with that. Is that okay? All right, so where did we get? We get with Councillor Pauls first, please.
Thank you. And I was going to say, I'm so glad we're back in chambers, but we're not. We're in this room. So anyways, this is our first meeting. So I just have some highlights to share. I was delighted to celebrate the Order of Hamilton with recipients at Sackville this past weekend, and especially thrilled to celebrate Kathy Archer, who I nominated for the award. She has been a champion, especially in my ward. I know she lives in Councillor Jackson ward, but she has really championed everyone in my ward as well on the mountain for decades. And I felt so good to see her being acknowledged. Thanks to all, and also thanks to all the families who came out for Ward 7 Family Skate at Inch Park just before Christmas. It seems a long time ago, but I've got 2 more family skates rescheduled for Family Day on February 16th at Inch Park and also at Lawfield. And third, I'm going to be back a few weeks ago. I really enjoyed wrapping 2025 with some notable gala events. One that celebrated all abilities athletes at the Breakfast of Champions. It was a great day. And the other one, I joined the Hamilton Police for the annual It's a Kid's Christmas, where we served breakfast for over 400 families. It was a great day. We're very lucky, I feel, as councillor to attend these events like these, which often showcase some of the city's most inspiring people. So I know it was around Christmas time and it seems so long ago, but really it was just, 3-4 weeks ago. So thank you, Mayor.
No, my pleasure. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Beattie.
Actually, I was trying to get on the list after Councillor Taddison because I wanted to follow on his coattails, but I'll start off, Mayor. Thank you, no problem. We'll continue. He's
We're doing our best.
He's yielded, no problem. Just want to begin by also offering congratulations to a Ward 10 resident who's now a member of the Order of Hamilton. You met her up at Sackville. Debbie Bramer is a longtime community volunteer involved with Winona Peach Festival, St. John's Anglican Church, and most recently as an important role within our Sun Creek Food Bank, and we offer our congratulations to her. Also want to update the community that the Winona Park Outdoor Rink, it's going to be one of those years, I think, where every other month I'll have a new update. It's open. Last month it was closed. We'll see what next month brings. The downfall of those outdoor rinks is that they are beholden to the weather. And then, as I said, Councillor Taddison will have a more fulsome update on the Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference from which we just came back. But I want to start with and lead in terms of the quality of the delegations that we provided at Roma this year was truly exceptional, and I really want to give my hats off. He was in the room and now he's left. Director Chris Phillips and Michelle Piano in Government Relations, as well as Tyson from ECDEV, our agricultural and food and beverage specialist, did a lot of work to prepare excellent submissions. And there were some people that kind of messaged back to myself afterwards and others that the ministers were impressed with what we brought. And so I really want to relay that message that the team that put this together in terms of the staff contingent, the work done was excellent and appreciated. And of course, the delivery, I don't mind saying that Councillors Spadafora, Taddison, Maureen Wilson, we really put our heart and soul into the delegations and the processes, and hearing the results coming back, it was really worthwhile. I'll let Councillor Taddison fill you in on the details of the different ministerial connections that we made, but it was also such a great opportunity to have conversations with other municipal counterparts. Had some great chats with my counterparts from Grimsby, Lincoln, who I'm working, of course, as you know, with the HSR and Niagara Regional Transit and trying to build that regional transit connection at 50 Road. Also had a great conversation with a councillor from Owen Sound, a councillor from Burlington, and other local municipalities who share some of our struggles. Knowing, of course, that Hamilton is 78% rural, 118,000 acres of farmland, which is the equivalent of twice the size of the city of Niagara Falls. So just for context, we have a massive rural component. It's very important to Hamilton, to Ontario, and was really pleased with the outcome there, Mayor. So I'll turn it over to Councillor Taddison at some point to finish that off.
I'll do that. Thank you. But really, thank you. Thank you all for that. I heard many good things about Roma, so thank you for updating us on that. And now over to Councillor Taddison for the remainder and other things, I'm sure.
And I know that it's going to be a little repetitive here, but again, I really want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and Mike Spadafora for their support at Roma. where we made 3 delegations before 3 provincial ministers and their supporting staffs. We made presentations for more energy capacity for our city at large, and as an interim solution for the Mount Hope area, expediting a new transformer from Hydro One that will address the frequent brownouts in the area. And that will also help our economic development in the area as well. We presented on the rollout of the Rural Ontario Development Grant Program, where we sought to bring eligibility to all rural areas in Hamilton beyond what the province had already recognized. The minister seemed very receptive to this because we provided her with our own solution, and it's basically, I think it's going to be good news for Ancaster, Flamborough, Stony Creek Mountain, and Winona, who previously didn't qualify for ROD grants. And we basically took away an inequity that we had originally delegated for because it was affecting us externally, and now the solution had in fact affected us internally, and now we've removed those barriers. Finally, we made a presentation on gaining funding support for the province to support our bid for the 2028 International Children's Games. Yes, we did. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. And we had encouraging discussions. I would just like to say it's such a well-run conference. I'd like to thank the council for support to allow our team to go there. And also, again, a huge thanks to Michelle Piano and Chris Phillips and staff for helping us with presentation materials. There's so much learning and sharing on rural issues, from roamers to rural healthcare, recycling, conservation authorities, and centralization in general, rural infrastructure, funding challenges, along with economic growth. So the 2 themes that I basically kind of heard from Roma, centralization basically needs to respect local autonomy. And the other theme, and this was from the government, energy policy is economic policy. And our provincial government seems to recognize this, that the energy availability will drive the economy. Moving on from Roma, I just wanted to say for Glenbrook Community Services, we're hosting our first ever Coldest Night of the Year walk on Saturday, February 28th. It'll be starting at Belmore Elementary School in Pembroke to raise funds for Meals on Wheels that supplies meals to folks across the mountain in Hamilton. And this family-friendly event involves walking 2 or 5 kilometers to support local charities it'll be addressing hunger, hurt, and homelessness, with participants earning a special toque for fundraising. Now, if you wanted to register and you're out there in Glenbrook listening, just contact our people at Glenbrook Community Services. I'd also like to recognize, it's not my resident, but Paula Kilburn, who is a good friend and a member of ACPD, for her outstanding work, volunteering, and for being recognized at the Mayor's Levy at Sackville as well. Wonderful person that she is. And I'm sorry if I stole someone else's thunder. I also have some follow-up comments regarding Public Works and an issue that I know my community is concerned about for a special section. We have an intersection at Festival Way and Doss Street where staff put forward a proposal to put a stop sign on the north side of the Festival Way cul-de-sac. Now, I had some concerns raised about this solution, and I have been speaking with the acting director, and the acting director stated that his team will bring forward new proposal suggestions at the next Public Works Committee to change the signage configuration at the intersection, and we'll be bringing that forward at a future Public Works Committee with an amendment to address what we ratified earlier today, and I'm sorry that I missed mentioning that during Public Works. And that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. We now have Councillor Nan, but can I just say how proud I am of all of the folks who've really engaged with the various provincial and federal organizations. We're really shining Hamilton's light and having a stronger voice this term, and I'm very, very thankful because it's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort, but it takes that really to be on the radar, and I'm just very proud of everybody who's doing that, members of council as well as the staff support. It's important. So thank you. Councillor Nan, who is our representative on the FCM, I think.
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
So, and elected to the board and just appointed to a chair of one of the standing committees. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take a moment to switch the tune a little bit and share some sad news about the passing of Brenda Duke. Brenda Duke, for those of you who have been on council for a number of years, have experienced her coming in providing countless tenacious delegations to council and committee, really rooted in her championship around the belief that every neighborhood deserves excellence. For 2 decades, Brenda helped make the Gibson Lansdowne neighborhood in Ward 3 greener, more beautiful, and more connected. She championed alley cleanups, beautification projects, community gatherings geared towards children in our parks, and created and sustained the Birch Avenue green space, which has left a lasting legacy and impact on many people and places. That's why last fall, through the motion at the naming subcommittee and then ratified by council, we were able to rename that green space that she spearheaded at Birch Avenue to the Brenda Duke Green Space. I offer my sincere condolences to Brenda's family, her friends, and her loved ones. May we all remain tenacious like her in our pursuits dedicated to our communities. A community unveiling to Brenda Duke's green space sign will be set for later in the spring, though the sign has gone up. Staff confirmed that with me prior to her passing. And also a celebration of life will take place on January 24th at 1 p.m. at LG Wallace Funeral Home. That's on Ottawa Street North, and all are welcome. In other news, the Ward 3 Town Hall will be taking place this next Thursday on January 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Bernie Morelli Rec Center. It will be a hybrid meeting, so for those of our residents who may not make it out, hopefully it's warmer weather next week and y'all can come in person, but just in case, we are going to make sure it's hybrid, and we will be recording the meeting and making sure it's available on YouTube after the fact. I want to share my congratulations to Mark John Stewart and Lloyd Turner, both Ward 3 residents, in receiving their Orders of Hamilton Awards with the mayor, as well as a shout out to all the nominees for the Women of Distinction Awards that were announced this week by the YWCA. And final reminder that the Children's Museum is open. Thank you to everybody who was there for the grand opening, grand reopening. I hear there's been so many compliments, so big shout out to the staff team. It was long awaited for a lot of families in the community. There was a lot of questioning. Why is it taking so long, Councillor? Why is it taking so long? We tried to hold people's impatience at bay. Heard a lot of sadness from some parents that their children had aged out of the programming that's available at the Children's Museum, but nonetheless, a reminder that your children are still welcome to come check out the renovated Children's Museum at Gage Park, for parents to come through and for community members to check it out as well. Not only is it architecturally beautiful, designed with children's voices centered in the redesign and the architectural award-winning recognition that it's already receiving, it provides a really beautiful vantage point into Gage Park. It has open windows at the back, and you get this really lovely view of the Stormwater Creek and right up into the escarpment. It really does transport anybody who's inside into a completely different experience here in the lower city in Ward 3. So reminder, come on through. You're always welcome to the Children's Museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Boy, my community is still furious and fuming at Premier Ford for banning and rescinding the legislation for the speed cameras, the ASEs. And so in its place, I'm getting petitions all over the place, and they're saying, Councillor Jackson, take him up on his offer. Let's hope the corporation, your city council colleagues are putting in requests for millions of dollars to come to this community in place of. And I'm just putting on the record, I've got petitions for speed cushions on Mullock Avenue, Bowden Drive, and Birchcliff Avenue. They've all been submitted to Acting Director Mike Field. Requests for digital speed signs, those flashing signs that show your speed as you're traveling on Upper Gage between Mohawk and Fennel. Petitions are submitted. And for pedestrian lights on Upper Ottawa Street at Anson, at 10th Avenue, and a conversion of the current one at Redbury to a full light. in anticipation of growing traffic concerns. So I'm working closely with Acting Director Mike Field and his wonderful team. I want to say, Mayor Horvath, on the Rymal Road expansion, my sources are telling me things may be imminent, and I just want to give a shout out to the new MPP on Hamilton Mountain, who's on the government side, Monica Sorello. She's doing an outstanding job. I know the expansion of Rymal from Dartnell all the way to Upper James is one of the priority projects for her, Mayor Horvath. I was delighted that the overwhelming majority of this council, about 8 months ago, approved the 5-lane expansion, $88 million. So my fingers are crossed. She's doing great work behind the scenes, and my understanding is hopefully an announcement may be imminent down the road. And I want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Esther Pauls, new Councillor Rob Cooper, and Councillor Mike Spadafora. It's not too often you get unanimity in a particular part of the city, and the four of us representing the mountain community, about 170,000 residents, and overwhelmingly are looking forward to the expansion. So fingers crossed that maybe we'll get some good news early in this first term of this new year. And lastly, Mayor Horvath, again, shout out to my new special assistant, Sam Minetti, who's been with me a year. He got me my first e-newsletter in 25. He got me my first website in 25. And now starting in 26, I have my first video, and he's put me on YouTube. Yeah. So check it out if you can. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start out by acknowledging the Order of Hamilton we had at Sackville. Mayor and her team put on an excellent event there. I was there with Councillor Jackson and Councillor Pauls. I want to recognize the recipients from my ward, George Lamparski, Najhan Aza Iqbal, Helena Stroon, Paula Kilburn, and also want a special recognition for Dennis Concordia, one of those people who do a lot of work behind the scenes, just did a tremendous job. So it was a tremendous day, a tremendous celebration. Also want to acknowledge West Highland Church. They invited myself, Councillor Wang, and MP Hefner to a special time of prayer and reflection. Gave us all a chance to speak, and it was nice just to be able to share our hearts with that church in my ward as well. In terms of the Filipino Community Center, I also want to recognize President Bonner Villabrosa just for an excellent time with the community. And he actually wanted me to come back and say a special hello to Councillor Jackson. And so hello, Councillor Jackson from President Villabrosa, from you know who that is exactly. So thank you. Great start to the new year, and looking forward to many more exciting things coming up next month.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. I don't see any other speakers at this point. Is there anybody else that would like to share any comments? I have a few myself, but I would certainly want to hear anybody else first. Seeing none then. Thank you, Councillor Nan, for referencing Brenda. That was a big loss for everyone. And so thank you for sharing the details. I really appreciate that. And I said Kathy because I saw Kathy yesterday, who's Kathy Brewster. We remember that Keith Brewster lost his life as one of our crossing guards, and I was able to attend the service on Hamilton Mountain yesterday. And it was a time to reflect on someone who meant a lot to his community, to kids, to colleagues here at the City of Hamilton, and I brought our deepest condolences to his family on our behalf. So I know the city manager attended a visitation as well, so just important to recognize that. I want to say that some of the things have already been mentioned as well already. The Children's Museum was amazing. The other great announcement we just had is the federal funding for the Art Gallery of Hamilton. Councillor Nan was able to be there. Councillor Kassar was able to be there. It's pretty exciting to see these kind of visions then become more tangible, then become more likely with funding commitments. And so thanks to everybody who's involved with the art gallery, and this announcement was fantastic, and it'll make a huge difference when it comes to pass that those renovations and expansion and multi-purposing of that space for housing and artist workspace or maker space is realized. I was also able to attend a groundbreaking at 188 Cannon Street East. And I raise that because this is exactly the kind of housing that we need in Hamilton. And I know there's been discussion about there not being much housing happening, but in fact there is, particularly purpose-built rental. And this is a 353-unit purpose-built rental project with 10% affordable rents being incorporated as part of the Accelerator Fund, which you may recall we were provided by the federal government. It's another important step forward in expanding housing options, addressing affordability for Hamilton residents, and recognizing that purpose-built housing has been not on the agenda for a very, very long time. And at this point, with rents the way they are, young people unable to begin to strike out on their own because they can't afford the rent is something that's really problematic. And so I would hope that we acknowledge when we talk about housing that this type of housing is one of the biggest challenges that we have, and making sure that we don't let that fall off of our radar in terms of priorities would be, I think, really important for this council to consider. So I wanted to share with you that this is not the only purpose-built rental structure that is going up and or that has been converted from an initial condo plan to purpose-built rental housing. There are things happening on that side of the fence, and I think it's important for me to share that not only with council but with Hamiltonians as well. Thank you all for acknowledging the Order of Hamilton recipients that are in your ridings. We had 20 recipients this time. We had the highest ever number of nominations that took place. 44 nominations came in from across the city. And so it's really wonderful to celebrate people, because as I say at those events, it's the people that make a community. It's the people that make a city. It's the folks who do the things day in and day out that really make a difference for others and for their neighborhoods and for their communities. That's what makes a thriving city. And so I'm really grateful for all of the nominators for highlighting the work of the people they nominated, as well then as the recipients. And I'm just going to name them because some of them have been named already and some have not. So I want to make sure that happens. It was an honor to recognize these Hamiltonians for their selflessness, for their leadership, for their commitment to community, and making sure our city is a better place for all. Thanks for all the councillors that attended. It was amazing that you were there, and they very much appreciated it, as did I. And to the again, to all of the folks in my office and otherwise, our staff that helped support that, our city manager as well. Really do appreciate that effort. So the recipients are for this year Akbar Haidari, Dr. Alexandre Sevigny, Chris Davies, Chris Kruder, Debbie Bramer, Dejan Lucky Sticks, Hamilton, Gary Warner, George Lemparski, Helen Stroon, Ikachuku Agbasi, Jessica Bonilla-Damptey, Joelle Cabezoso, Kathy Archer, Lloyd Turner, Mark John Stewart, Negamazam Iqbal, Paula Kilborn, Richard Balachowski, Shirley Bainbridge, and Wendy Schneider. And I want to thank Matt from Moments with Matt, who was capturing the event very beautifully with his photography, and to the Caniche French Bakery in Ancaster for providing yummy treats that everyone enjoyed. It was a good start. It was a good start to 2026, and thank you all for celebrating these wonderful people in our community. And with that, I still don't see any further folks on the list, and so we will now move to the next part of our agenda, which is private and confidential, but we have closed session minutes first that we could probably dispatch before we go in. So may I have a motion to adopt the closed session minutes of the December 10th, 2025 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Cooper. I guess there's no comment because we can't do that in open. So we'll take the vote on that, please, folks. That's a hand vote. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thanks very much. We also have, I believe, a requirement to ensure that folks who are going to be needed in our deliberation in camera are able to be invited into the in-camera session. So I'll turn that over to the clerk just for the motions necessary.
So the first motion, Mayor, would be that Brian Duxbury, Duxbury Law, and Sal Spital, North-South Environmental, be permitted to attend the closed session portion of the meeting during the discussion on minute 12, item 12.1 of PLC 26001. Those are the Planning Committee minutes on report LS 22020A, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 140 Garner Road East, Ancaster, for lack of decision on draft plan subdivision application.
Thanks very much. Can I have that motion moved by someone around the table? Councillor Cassar, thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Pauls, thank you. Can we have a show of hands on that one, please? Okay, any opposed? None, so that carries unanimously. Thanks very much. So do we do the other motion as well?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So now the reasons for going into closed. This is pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 239, sub 2, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, or procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. This is with regards to minute item 12.1 of the Planning Committee, which is LS 22020A, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 140 Garner Road East, Ancaster, for lack of decision on draft plan of subdivision application, as well as agenda item from the Council, agenda 12.4, confidential memorandum, legal advice with regards to vacant units at risk, and then the planning closed session minutes.
Okay, thanks very much. So can we have that motion please put formally on the table by one of the councillors? Councillor Alex Wilson, thank you. Councillor Pauls, seconded, thank you. Show of hands in favor, please. Any opposed? That carries as well. Thanks very much. So we will then move into closed. Can I have the motion to move into closed, please?
That was it.
Oh, that was it. That was it. So that was it. Okay, so now we have to do the closed remarks. I would just say I'm going to need a quick bio break. So could we have a quick recess and come back in 5 minutes and then move into closed? So if we could please do that. I take that motion from Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Beattie, for a quick bio break and come back at 12:25. Is that okay for folks? And then we'll put the motion forward to, or we'll actually move into closed session when we return. Okay? Is that procedure in the
Just need a vote.
Oh, vote. All in favor? Any opposed? I'll be really mad at you. Okay, thanks. We'll be back in 5 minutes. That's carry. Just to let you know, I did have a wee snack because my energy was waning, as you may have noticed. And so my understanding is there may be wee snacks coming in from everybody else whose energy is waning, but I'm not sure. I can't make that promise. But a little birdie told me that might be happening. Having said that, oh, look at that, a colander of candy. Anyway, so we are back at it now. So I need to explain to the public what we're doing. Members of public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So we are now then going into closed session, and we'll have that happen. It'll take just a couple seconds. We just have to wait to go back online. So welcome back. We're back online, folks. So if we could get to some order, and then I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to walk us through this next piece so that we have everything completely in line.
So
Please go ahead.
to deal with the business arising from closed session, we'll need a motion to receive the closed session planning minutes and item 12.1 of the planning minutes, including the following: that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 22020A be approved, that closed recommendations A, B, and C of confidential report LS 22020A be approved and remain confidential until made public at the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that the balance of report LS 22020A remain confidential.
Okay, so that's the motion. Can I have a mover? A mover, Councillor Clark. Thank you, Councillor Chattison. All those in favor?
Electronic.
It's an electronic vote. So let's put that up. Okay.
Jackson, thumbs up.
Councillor Jackson had a thumbs up. Thank you. It is coming.
Jackson, thumbs up. McMeekin?
Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up. Thank you. That carries 12-3. Thanks very much. On to the next item. Clerk Trenum.
Next item is agenda item 12.4. This is the, sorry, forgive me here. The memo respecting, confidential memo, legal advice respecting vacant units and at risk, that the memo be received and remain confidential.
That's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Let's go to the electronic vote, please.
Wow.
We've got thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. Is that everything? Okay.
If that happens, I'm going to become a lawyer tomorrow.
Crutch is left.
That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Folks, we're now on to the bylaws. Councillor Cooper, may I have the motion on the bills, please?
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark that bills number 26-003 to number 26-017 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows: 003 to amend bylaw number 01-215, being a bylaw to regulate traffic Schedule 5 stop control.
Councillor Cooper, we don't usually read them all.
Okay. From the number there to the very last number on the second page.
Okay.
From 003 to
003 to
I just want to thank Councillor Clark for giving me an expedited approach. So we're going to go from 003 through to 017.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cooper and Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we have the vote on the bylaws, please? That's electronic as well. And we've got a thumbs up.
Councillor Cooper, thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin.
Okay. That carries 14-0. There being no further business, the meeting's adjourned. Thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate your time and